This painting, I'm going to do a Brunaille painting, which is like, just trying to get that shadow off, which is like a Grisaille painting, but it's using brown. It's usually used for portraits and figures and other things too. So you can choose the color of your underpainting. I'm going to actually start this one with a brush to try something different. And I'm just going to paint the whole canvas brown. This is burnt sienna. I'm using Artisan water mixable oil paint and water as the solvent. So I'm going to get the whole thing brown, and I'm going to start this painting, the first layer or the underpainting, with just a brush, not a pencil. That's another method that you can use when you paint. So I'm just painting it brown. I'm just showing you this because maybe you have never done it and you might want to see how to do it. You can use a larger brush if you want. I'm using kind of a medium-sized brush. This brush is angled. It gives you a good flat surface, and then if you turn it this way, it gives you a good straight line. So I'm just covering the whole surface. I'm using a canvas board. There's other surfaces that you can use, which I may get into later, but right now I'm just using a canvas board, which is cheap and it's hard. I like the hard surface. But just, it's really good for practice and getting started. It's easier to store because it has less width. So in this method that I'm starting, I'm putting in a burnt sienna with water. If you're using regular oil paint, you can use a solvent like turpentine. And I'm trying to get a middle value. This is another way that you can start your paintings. I'm trying to get a middle value, and then I'm going to build up lights and darks from the middle value. So some people just start on white, but a lot of people start with a middle value or middle ground and build up their lights and darks. It's very common in the tradition of painting, especially oil painting. So I'm just getting this on here. And then I'm going to wipe it with a paper towel. Let me just move this over. I'm just trying to cover the whole surface, but I don't want the brush strokes in there. They're kind of ugly. So I'm going to wipe it with a paper towel afterwards. So I may do, this is like the Grisaille, except you're starting in different shades of brown. A lot of people start with Van Dyke brown, but I couldn't find it. So I'm starting with, this is burnt sienna, which is a reddish brown. And I also have burnt umber that I may put into the really dark areas. and a titanium white. That's all I'm using. I may do more than one layer of underpainting. Okay. Alrighty, so now I'm going to get my paper towel and I'm going to rub. I mean, this is going to be painted over, but I'm just trying to get some of the unevenness out of it. And you can paint straight into this wet surface. So this is a little kind of messier than the way that I started with a pencil. You should try both ways and see what you like. Hold on. I'm just getting a different brush. And I'm going to start, hold on, by trying to put in darks and lights. I'm trying not to make this like a line pencil drawing. Hold on. One second. Okay. Sorry about that. I was just opening my picture. So I'm going to do a portrait, like kind of half portrait, half figure. So now I'm just, that little piece off. I'm just getting more of a dense dark sienna, meaning that it's not diluted in water. And I'm going to start blocking that. It's still really watery. Hold on. It's too watery. I'm just moving this paint away from the water. So I'm just looking for areas that are darker, still too watery. And I'm instead of viewing this as starting with lines, which is what I did in the Grisaille, I'm trying to look at it as I'm putting in areas of light and dark. But I'm using some line. I'm not perfect. So I'm just getting in light and shadow areas. And that's a traditional way that a lot of painters start. Instead of working with pencil and line. Either way is fine, but this usually makes the lights and darks turn out a little bit better. So I'm doing a person holding their arms up. And that was burnt sienna. I'm going to show you the burnt umber, which is pretty dark. This is burnt umber. I'm probably going to work with this now. It's a little bit easier to work with than the burnt sienna, which is really, really transparent. Burnt sienna is warm, leaning towards red or orange, and burnt umber is cool, leaning towards blue or green. The traditional brown that people start with is Van Dyke brown, which is more leaning towards purple. It's the darkest brown. You can use any brown. Van Dyke is traditional, and then maybe going over it with a layer of burnt sienna. So I'm just getting in some dark here. So I'm, again, looking for areas of light. Probably be using a bigger brush, but I'm going to move up. So this is the arm. So the arm is wearing a cloak. And then I'm using some line, but I'm trying to the best of my ability, keep it to areas light and dark. And then here is the face. This is like a picture of a woman wearing a turban. This is her. It's the only thing I don't like about this technique is it's kind of like if you don't start out with some line work or some lines, it's kind of hard to get things in the right proportion. So you might have to move some of your areas of light and dark around, which is not really, that's kind of a bummer. Whereas when you start with a pencil, you kind of, I'm drawing now. When you start with a pencil, you have more leeway in like erasing and getting it kind of perfect first. But I need to get some major shapes in because otherwise I'm just going to be kind of all over. Like I may put the lights and darks in the wrong place, and then that's not going to be productive because I'll have to move stuff around. Usually when people first start painting, they like to use the pencil. But you should try both because you could get a much higher quality painting with this. And I'm just looking. So I'm going to have to move this down. Let's see. So like already I made this too high. So I'm going to have to just adjust that. And I'm just getting my lines in. And I started drawing with the paintbrush because I've realized that things might be getting out of proportion. And they were. There's people that use slide projectors and project on a canvas and paint from that if you're really having trouble, or grids. But I'm trying to start in a freehand style right now. There's supposed to be a hand right here, but it might go off the page. Let's see. Which is probably not what I want. So I would have to rearrange the composition. Let's see. Which is, again, why people might start withdrawing. The positive thing about painting is that you can correct any of your mistakes. In oil painting, you might have to wait for it to dry. Well, I'm just thinking that actually it can go off the painting. I'm going to leave that alone. Okay. Going to be my painting. This is just for techniques. So I'm going to keep painting. I'm going to keep drawing a little bit for the hair and the face. So this is a woman. I'm slowing down because I'm trying to get it right. And her hair comes down here. And down here. Okay, I'm going to try to get the profile. And the neck. And there's some more hair on this side. Starting to look a bit better. And then she's wearing like some sort of turban. Now this painting, it has a lot of brown in it, which is, it's just a picture that I found on the internet, but I'm choosing something that's kind of earthy to begin with, but you can do things that are not earthy or brown. It also has other colors in it, which I'm going to put on with a glaze, but I'm going to try to get the black and white, the lights and darks within the brown first, and then I'll do the glaze later. After it dries. So again, it could take maybe 2 days to 5 days to dry. It depends. I'm just trying to make sure that I have things kind of in the right place before I put in lights and darks. And some people are so gifted at painting that they can just do it in terms of lights and darks without any line drawing. Okay. What did I do here? Just finding major shapes, which will be refined later. So the first part is always the hardest part. And There's another strip of turban here. And it just looks like a mess of lines because I was kind of moving them around, but that's going to help me get things in the right place. Okay, so where am I going to start? So I'm going to continue down here with the dark, and I'm using burnt umber. And I'm going to start with probably putting in darks, and then I'll move to putting in lights. And I could use a bigger brush for this. I'm using a small of flat, and I'm just getting this on the canvas. I'm not making the paint thick. I'll do texture later. I'm using some burnt here. Let's see how it looks. There's a highlight on the top of the arm, but I'm just getting this in. So this is less detailed in the drawing part of it at the beginning, but you can get more beautiful values. And it's just a different way of seeing. Like if you start with pencil, you're just seeing as line. But if you start with light and dark, you're seeing with value, which is a big part of painting and why a lot of people like to use value. Just getting a little more burnt umber on my palette. Okay. All right. So I'm going to come, let's see. And this will require, though, unlike the pencil, it will require a bit more of correction as you're painting. But when you're correcting, you're still viewing in terms of light and dark. So less correcting in value, more correcting in like precision and where things go. Whereas if you started just with pencil, you'd probably have to do more correction in value and less correction in precision. So again, this is Artisan water mixable oil paint. I use the water mixable because I don't like using a solvent like turpentine. It's toxic. And when it's watery, I'm mixing it with water. So I'm just looking for big areas of light and dark. Or actually just big areas of dark right now. When I'm stopping, I'm looking. Again, just finding areas of light and dark. And you're going again from blurry to clear. You don't always want a perfect realistic painting, but that's for another class. So for right now, we're working with realism and glazing. And I'm looking for some darks here. And here. And I'm going to actually stop this video pretty soon and start a new one because it's getting a bit long. Okay, I'm going to stop now. In the last video, I was adding the darks, and now I'm going to try to add some lights. 1 second. Okay, so I have just titanium white on my brush, and it's going to mix in to, that might be a little much, the underpainting color. I'm trying to get the highlights on her face. Again, this might need adjusting later. This is just a starting point for the painting. Lights in other areas of the picture. I'm starting with the brightest highlights because I just have white on my brush. I haven't used middle values. I've just used a light and a dark. And again, this seems very crude, but it's just a way of getting started. For some of the middle values, you can just leave the canvas in the middle value. I'm doing a little line work here with some line I need to add because this is another part of her shirt. And then her hair comes down here. And this part of her hair is very light. And so I've just focused on the figure, but I haven't focused on the back. So I need to think of that too before I put this aside to dry. Okay. I'm just thinking, am I going to work on, I'm actually going to come into this outfit because it's kind of bothering me and I want to get that kind of, her shirt kind of squared away before I try anything else. Like before I move up into the painting. So it's dark, but it has folds in it. And it has on the top, it has an area of light. So I'm going to try to put that in now. I'm mixing, it's not like as light as the highlights on the face, but it is light. So I'm mixing a little burnt sienna into the white. Make kind of, instead of a light gray value, it's a light brown value. So I'm going to come here. And here. So it's kind of, I'm just blocking in areas of light right now, which may need adjusting, but I just need to kind of get them in here as base or areas of light to start. Is that too high? Okay, there's this part of the shirt. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. So this would be a little lower. Let me get my white and kind of delineate that. I'm just making it a little lower than I have it. So I'm correcting, and you can see that I'm correcting because I didn't kind of put it in pencil first. It's a very time-consuming process. I would set aside 5 to 6 hours for each painting that you do. Even a one like this. Okay. And again, this might need adjusting, but you have to start somewhere. Just getting some water on my brush. That was too watery. I'm not quite sure, so it may need adjusting. That's all I'm going to say. But let's get something in here. So I'll have something to adjust. I can rub with the paper towel as well to kind of blend that light into the darker underpainting that I put on there. And I'm not liking this angle is bothering me. Before I forget about it, I'm just going to put in a dark right here and make it a little more less angular. That can always be changed. And it's not really, it's kind of messy right now. It's not really that smooth. but I will make it smoother as I work through the process. So I'm still working on the arm. And the folds, the lighter folds. I'm trying not to get this paint too thick, right? I want to add, if I'm going to do a thin layer of glaze over it, it would be really hard to do with thick paint. Just getting, these folds are going to need adjusting, but just to get the idea, or like the kind of like abbreviation of them in to start. Okay. I'm going to move up. I need to work on the hand, but I'm probably going to leave that for a bit later. I'm looking for areas of light right now in the turban. The turban has a lot of different values in it, which I'll get to later, but I'm just looking again for major areas of light. Here you see the dark. And then there's a middle value right here. There's kind of a lighter value right here. I'm just stopping because I'm looking. Okay, let me get my white. And I don't want to leave the background. Like, I want to work into the background. I mean, I don't want to just work on the person. So as I add detail or lights and darks to the person, I also want to add that to the background. There's a highlight right here that's very light. I'm just looking at it and I'm feeling that I maybe have made the turban a little too narrow. So I'm going to bring it out. Again, an example of correcting. And if you keep the paint thin, you can go over it as many times as you want and keep changing it and correcting it. That's the magic of painting, right? Like with drawing, it gets all muddy and kind of yucky. And you can't, at a certain point, you have to leave it alone. But with painting, if you keep the paint thin, you can keep going over it. If you get thick with the paint, though, it comes a bit harder to correct because you have to kind of scrape it off. I'm working, I mean, it's slow. It's a time consuming process. Okay. I'm going to go right in here because there's a dark and I just want to kind of get it in there. But you can see how much time something like this takes. Trying to make this a bit dark. I was trying to, there's lines going through it. So just to avoid like kind of confusion and with all the underlines, I'm just trying to kind of make this a little bit more clear. And there's a dark under here. And again, I'm using one brush, but some people use different brushes for lights and darks. So I have a brush out for lights and a brush out for darks, because when you switch, it's always that you're going to get some of the light into the dark and some of the dark into the light and make what value you're working with muddy. I also have my Q-tips here for some blending. So I'm using both burnt umber and burnt sienna. Burnt sienna is a bit lighter and a bit more transparent of a paint. Now I'm going to lighten it a bit, but use just white. So I have a little bit of burnt sienna mixed into the white. Whoops. I'm just trying to see how long I've been working on this video. So I'll probably stop in about 5 to 10 minutes. It's kind of a middle value. And again, this is still this painting is in its very beginning stages. Just getting something on this board. What happened here? She has different flaps of cloth on her turban. So I'm trying to get those in. And I'm going to go a little bit lighter right here. It doesn't look really detailed now, but it will, or blended per se, but I'm trying to get major areas of light and dark in. Okay, and let's go. It's starting to look, but a little bit like I'm getting a start for a painting. I haven't put in any kind of notation. I'm starting the line again. So I'm drawing with paint to put in a notation for the eye. It's too light. Hold on. The eye is a bit lower. I'm just going to put a shape in there for right now. I don't want that paint to get too thick because I know I'm going to have to make adjustments around it. That doesn't, you can't even see the dark spot. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to leave that alone for now and I'm going to stop the video. So back to the video, and I'm going to try to add a bit more detail. No, I'm not going to do that yet. I was going to say I may work in the background, but I'm going to do it a little bit later. So I'm going to add some detail on the face. Not detail, but just value. I'm going kind of with a medium value here. I'm not worrying about the colors of the painting. I'm just worrying about lights and darks like the Grisaille. I'm just kind of getting a kind of medium value for this part of the skin. So there's like the highlight and then a medium value on the skin. And I'm going to try to look at values as they relate to each other when I'm blocking in values. There's another highlight right there. So I'm just a bit of white. There's a highlight right here on the chin. Okay. There's a highlight up here, but I'll probably leave that until later. Let's see. This highlight is a bit larger. So again, correcting, correcting, and correcting while you're painting. You can correct as many times as you want. You may have to wait for layers to dry. And I need to leave kind of that probably until later. So I'm probably going to leave the face alone. And I'm looking at this area of the hair right here, which is a bit lighter than this. So I'm going to add some white to that brown I was using. That's probably a little too light. So I'm going to make it a little darker. Okay, I'm going to focus now probably on the turban for a while. Okay, so here is actually, I'm going to make, hold on. I'm building up paint. And again, I started with the middle value. So I'm going to come right here. Actually, this is all her hair. It's just going from light to dark. So I'm going to kind of try to make that adjustment. So now I'm slowing down the painting process to attempt to get a bit more detail instead of just putting in the values, instead of just putting in big chunks of lights and darks. And there's a bit of light at the top. That's probably too light, but let's just see what happens here. Okay, and I want a little bit more of a transition right here. Okay. So now I'm just going to go piece by piece. Now I'm looking at this piece, which needs some adjusting as well. So right here, it gets really dark. So I'm going to go with the burnt umber. These really dark, so the reddish brown is the burnt sienna and the really dark brown is the burnt umber. Oftentimes people start one of these paintings in Van Dyke brown, which I don't have because they don't have it in the brand of paint that I'm using, which is really dark. It's a little bit darker than the burnt umber, but any brown is fine. And then they do a layer in burnt sienna over the layer that had burnt Van Dyke brown or burnt umber. And then they add the color with the glaze. Okay. And I'm seeing a bit of not a mistake, but something that needs adjusting. So I want to make this piece longer. And so I'm going to bring it out. It's the darkest, like the underneath part of this piece of fabric. Okay, still it may need adjusting, but I have to get some level of detail on there to adjust with, right? And then there's another piece down here. I'm going to use kind of a medium for that. Okay. So now I'm just going to go up the turban because it still needs a lot of work up here. So I'm looking at this piece. So I'm going to go medium in that middle part. Maybe a little darker. And I'm trying to see if there's something that seems off about it. I'm going to go really dark at the edge. And I'm going to come up here and look at this piece, which what happened here? Okay, I'm going to make an adjustment. Okay, so I'm going to bring, it's like this. Well, let's see. Bring this straight here. And then have this be outside of it. Okay, and out farther out. So you just see these little things that you need to adjust and change. Okay. So I'm going to go dark in here. Whoops. Oh my gosh. I'll put this on the floor. Okay. And I'm going to go lighter right here. And that's just right now, it is a bit lighter, but it's just a way for me to differentiate the shapes. Okay, I did a little more work. I was recording and part got erased, but I'm still working on this. I worked on the turban, and I was working on the hand right now. So I'm just getting a dark, and I'm trying to do the shape of the hand as an outline. And the one thing that I was concerned about was that the hand didn't really stay on the canvas. Get canvas, but I didn't want to move her back because I liked the space behind her. So that's where you could make thumbnail sketches to kind of start. But since we're just looking at technique right now and not a finished product, I'm not really that concerned about it. I'm just kind of getting big shape here. I'm making shapes for the fingers. The hand may be too big. What I want to do, which is a mistake that a lot of people make when they're starting out, is like they do something like this and they want to fit it in to the canvas. So they make it like really small to fit it into the canvas, and it makes it look really weird. So I'm putting the dark area in. And then I'm going to put in a light area. And I'm not sure if I think it's too big. I'll figure that out later in the painting process. So I'm going to come, oh, whoops, there's more dark. This area is dark. I'm using the burnt sienna right now, just because I don't want to go too dark because I'm not quite sure. And I'm going to go middle value over here in the middle of the hand, middle to light. Okay. And then I'm going to come up and get light for the fingers. I'm just going to focus it. Okay. Again, this is still the beginning stages of a painting. That looks like a skeleton hand, and it may be a little too big. I'm going to put a little bit of a darker medium on this side of the in shadow. I'll come back to this later. Okay. So now I'm taking a look at, sorry, my foot is falling asleep. I'm just tapping it. Okay, so I'm taking a look at the kind of folds in the shirt. Okay, so I'm looking around here. So I'm going to put some line work in first with a dark. There's a lot of folds in here. I'm doing, again, as much as I can. Yeah, that I'm looking back. I'm sorry, you can't really see this, but the hand does look a little bit large, which is something I will correct later. Okay. And this needs work as well. Okay, hold on. There's some dark right here. So it need adjusting, but I'm just doing the best that I can with the first layer. And again, this is going to be glazed. So the point of glazing is to not confuse the areas of color with areas of light and dark, or to work on them separately. You do a transparent layer over the underpainting with color, and you get beautiful colors where you can see the shading showing through in the background. So to just changing that shape a bit. Okay, looking at these shapes here, I'm going to get a light. Sorry I jumped around like that. It's just sometimes when I notice things, I just jump in and change them. I'm going to put the light right here. And there's more area, so I'm going to want to lower the folds. There's a correcting that I need to do, and I'm wondering, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, should I wait until it dries to correct these layers? And the answer is probably yes. So what I'm going to do now is put in a background. So I'm going to look for that's a bit bigger. So I don't want, the background is not, it's like a night sky with like a star. So I want to get, this side is going to be dark. So I'm just going to start with some burnt umber. I have water as well, burnt umber and water. And I'm going to darken this area. It's actually going to be blue, but I'm getting the dark in first. So if you try both ways, I mean, so this is just like the Grisaille, except we're working with brown. That gives a bit of a different color showing through the glaze. It's often used for skin tones, but we also started this with a middle tone and put in lights and darks instead of a pencil line drawing, and you should try both ways to see what you feel works best for you. Okay, so I'm just putting in the dark up here. I'm trying not to make it too washed out with water, although I know I'm going to do another layer on this. I know that I need to adjust some things that I can't adjust right now because it's too wet. So I'm just putting in my dark. Like I'm going to have to probably make the hand smaller. So what I already know I need to adjust, I'm going to have to make the hand smaller, and I'm going to lower this shirt line right here. So see how it's like right here. I'm going to lower it right here and then put in a lot of folds above it. But if I do that right now, it's all wet. So it's going to get muddy. So that's probably why I'm going to wait for it to dry. And then, be able to blend my lights and darks a little bit better. And I'm liking the way it's looking against the dark. It's really popping out. There's going to be another layer of this dark to really get it nice and deep. But for right now, I'm just getting the base layer on. And the other layer is going to happen in 5 to 7 days after this dries. I'm trying not to make this too watery though. I'm going to get a little bit more paint. And I'm going to bring that dark all the way down to the bottom. Again, I'm going to do another layer. That it looks, you can see a little bit of brush stroke in there, but I'm going to worry about that on my next layer, making it really nice. Okay. So I'm just going to get this dark, and there's some variations in it, which I'm going to worry about on, it gets a little lighter right here, but I'm going to worry about that probably on the next. I just want to get this in. I'm not using any medium right now, meaning linseed oil. I will use that later. Okay, so there's that color. I'm still seeing bits of the underpainting show through, or I'm sorry, I should be calling it a value, but it actually is a color because it's brown, but we're working in value first and then color. Okay, so now on this side, like there's like a star right here that's shining the light on her face. It's darker here though, so I'm going to go, it's a little bit lighter than this. Sorry, you can't see. It's a little bit lighter than this. So I'm going to go for the burnt sienna over here instead of the burnt umber. Let me get a little water on my brush. Again, I'm going to revise this on the next layer, which still isn't going to have color. It's still going to be solely in browns, but I'm going to make it really nice and fix it on the next layer. I'm just kind of getting, I mean, this, I would consider this the sketch, or you could call it the underpainting. And I'm going to build up paint layer to layer, layer after layer. Okay. Okay, so now there's an area that's really light coming kind of around. It seems like she's holding a star. So I'm just going to get white. And I'm going to come here with the white. That's kind of very bright because it's titanium white and it's not transparent at all. But it gets darker. So again, you should try both techniques, starting with a pencil and starting with a middle value and a brush, and see which is best for you. You should also try in glazing both Brunaille, which is browns, and Grisaille, which is black and white. Okay. Now I'm going to come down here. It needs to be a bit darker. Hold on. But I'm trying not to make it too dark. I'm trying to make kind of a middle. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Perhaps a little darker. So you're always adjusting. Whoops, that got a dark in there. That was on the brush. Hold on, I'm getting a little bit more white. still needs quite a bit of work, but I'm going to let this dry and then work into another layer, which hopefully will be the final layer before glazing, but it may not be, depending on how, like if I need to let layer areas dry again. So that is why sometimes I'm working on a couple paintings at a time, because I have to let areas dry. So I'm just blocking this in. Okay. And I think I'm going to leave it at that for now, and I'm going to let it dry for about a week. Okay, this is my Brunaille painting, and it is fully dry, and I have to put another layer on. I'm still going to be working with the Brunaille colors, so the brown colors for the underpainting. I'm not going to go thick. I have white, burnt umber, burnt sienna, and a little bit of black on my palette. And I'm going to start with a light. I don't feel that the lights were light enough. At this point, if you wanted, you could start putting a little bit of medium in the paint, meaning linseed oil. But I'm just going to use paint and go a little bit thicker. So I'm just looking for highlights right now. I'm just going to go through the whole painting, adding highlights. And I'm going to try to correct mistakes if I see them. Like I feel like this should be a bit higher. So just making little adjustments before I come in and try to put color in the painting. This is a time-consuming process. I have Q-tips as well. So I'm just going around the painting looking for areas that need to be lightened. When I'm looking for those areas, I'm also trying to figure out what needs to be changed in terms of what is out of proportion. But this area is a lot lighter, so I'm just lightening it a bit. Looking for areas of light. Something is bothering me about perhaps the eyebrow is too low. So it's little things like that that you're going to start to look for. Her eye is closed. This is the highlight on the lid. Yeah, the eyebrow is too low. You're always moving things when you're working. Okay. I was going to perhaps go through with a line and correct any mistakes. That's another method that you could use. So actually, I feel like it's a little out of proportion in certain places. So before I make my corrections, I'm going to come in with a white line and see what I need to fix. This is just like drawing with the paintbrush. Because I feel like some things are not quite right here. Aha. Okay. So the neck is lower. And I wanted to do this before I put in, I go in and try to get detail work with the paint, because then I'll be wasting time if I do all this detail work with the paint and then have to move it. If you're really struggling, you could use a grid or trace. So you could use trace on a piece of carbon paper and then put it on your canvas. Yeah, I'm lowering this cloak. Just a few little things that need a little bit of adjusting. I usually just paint or draw by trying to look at an object or a picture and copy it. But there's other methods you can use if that seems too hard or too time consuming. Just trying to get the shapes of everything correct before I to come in and work with heavy layers of paint. Something is still bothering me. Something's out of proportion. And that when you're really having a hard time with that, that's when you would try to use a grid. I don't mind like trying to move stuff around on the canvas. I feel that it helps me learn. Okay, this is another part of it. The hand is way too close to the face. So this whole thing is out of proportion here. But in painting, you can just paint over it. So no big deal. I was trying to squish it into the canvas. It's a really common mistake. So I'm just going to let it run off if it does. It's better to do that. Well, it's better to figure out exactly how you want it on the canvas first by doing compositional sketches, which I just kind of jumped into this. And I started with a brush, but compositional sketches would be the way to go before you paint on a canvas. But it's a really common mistake to try to squish something into the canvas, especially with figure. And you'd rather have it go off the canvas and be in correct proportion than have it be forced into the canvas and look and be at a weird angle or proportion. Like people oftentimes like they don't imagine how far the legs will be, right? And so they try to squish they put the waist too low and they try to squish the legs into the canvas and they make them really short and it looks really weird. And that's kind of what I was doing with this hand. I don't really mind moving stuff around though. It doesn't bother me that much. It's just a form of correcting mistakes. That's the hair, which is also a really light value. And I feel like the face might need to be brung out a little bit more, but I'll look into that a little bit later. I need to, before I start doing value and shading in the, yeah, I'm seeing some mistakes here in the arm. The turban is also kind of, I want to make some line work on the turban. So I have the hair, and I'm going to bring down this is the other side of the hair. I just want to get my outlines of forms correct. They don't seem quite correct right now. Remember, if you're using a picture, you always have creative license to change things. Like if I wanted to put a parrot in her hair, then that could be something that I would do. And you can use other pictures for that or do it out of your imagination. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Something's bothering me about the way it's set up. And these outlines are just going to be able to help me do my painting better and correct any mistakes. Okay. Okay, this is coming down here. Alrighty. I'm using white instead of black because white is very easy to fix and erase. So yeah, something is not, well, let's see where this goes. We'll see how it looks and see if I need to move later. If you're using a picture and something looks like it's out of proportion, but it still looks okay in the painting, you're welcome to leave it that way. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Just a few things, just making sure I'm kind of on the right track here and moving what I need to move. It's pretty similar. There might be more space in here, which I'm going to work up here first and then come down and see if I need to make another, if I need to lower this arm a bit more. We'll see. First things first, though, before I do that. So I'm going to go from top to bottom because I feel like there may be more space here in the neck and I may need to lower the arm a little bit more. I'm going to get rid of this just so it doesn't distract me. So I'm just getting a light brown And I'm just going to paint over that. Just get that other hand out of there so I'm not confused. I'm putting a little tiny bit of water in the paint to make it a little more fluid. And again, I'm using Artisan water mixable oil paint. Okay. So now I'm going to take a look at the turban and I'm going to work on that. It needs a bit of adjustment. And it was just when I did the first layer, it was a bit wet and I let it dry for at least a week. And this is, I'm seeing something that needs to be corrected. Okay. Yeah, I feel like there needs to be space here and I'll fix that later. I'm going to focus on the top part right now. Okay. So just figuring out what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm going to go for a dark. I'm going to go burnt umber right now. And I may actually, in the first layer, I didn't use any blacks, but I may put some blacks in here for the darkest areas. And again, I'm working on getting the value correct. We just need to get a light for a second because there's a little fold right here and I don't want to forget about that. Okay, so I'm over here and I'm just looking for the darker areas. Sorry about that. I'm actually going to stop it here and I'll come back. Okay. So I'm just working on the lights and darks in the turban. It's a bit lighter here. Okay, I'll come back to that if that needs fixing. So I brought out, hold on. Okay, so I need to go a little bit darker in certain areas here. Again, I'm not using thick paint. And I brought out the black because there's some areas that are really, really dark. So I'm going to use the black in those areas. So this crevice is one of them. That's just going to enhance the darkness of the area that I painted dark umber in. Give it a higher contrast. Okay. So now I'm going to move here. And I'm going to go for kind of a medium lightish value right here. And then I'm going to go a bit darker. I'm just looking for what I need to do. So I'm blending. I don't have a lot of paint on right now. I'll do a video with using a lot of paint later, but I'm trying to keep it really thin. Okay, I'm going to go lighter. And when you're doing these, you can decide how much detail you want to put in. Like, you don't have to put in every single fold. You do as much as you can. I mean, unless you have like hours and hours to spend, which I've already spent a bit of time on this, but if there's certain things that are just too detailed, you can leave those out unless you want it that way. Okay, I'm going to go to the layer on top of it of turban. It's like a folded or twisted turban. So I'm going to go a little darker now. Not dark enough. Okay. This part needs a lot more work, so I'm going to go in with black for a second. I know I'm moving around. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry. I just had to plug something in. Okay, now let me look here. I know I'm jumping around, but sometimes it's easier, like when you have a dark on your brush, to put in the dark area. Some people, again, have different brushes for darks and lights. Okay. Now I'm going to kind of wipe that dark off the brush. And I'm going to use, instead of black, I'm going to use burnt umber right here. Something else is bothering me about this angle. I feel like this comes up hot. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I'll fix that. Not now because it's too wet. But I'm just going to keep going here. And that is why some people do tracing or start with a grid, because when you're doing it just by looking at it with your eyes, you're leaving a lot of room for human error, which you have to correct. Again, it's really good practice, but sometimes it takes up a lot of time. I just view it as a part of the process of painting. Let me get my Q-tip. And then I'm going to come, this needs a little work, but let me come back here for a second with kind of a medium brown. Okay. I'm just looking to see what I need to fix. Remember, whatever you don't, like if there's things that are not quite right, you can fix them in the glaze layer as well. Okay. Now, I mean, that white line I did for the outline, I mean, that was a helper for me, but I mean, I don't want to, that looks a little awkward. So I'm going to see where I need to mix it in. Or totally get rid of it. But like right here, there is a white, since that's the part that the light is shining on, there is a highlight on the edge. It's raining outside, so that's what you're hearing in the background. I'm just lightening this whole area. And remember, once it gets too wet, you have to wait until another layer. So I want to make this layer good enough to do the glazing work on top of. I don't want to do, this is my second layer of the browns or the Brunaille, I don't know. It's a French word. Hold on. It doesn't have to be perfect, but my first layer was like really, really light and sketchy. So I'm just going a bit darker. I'm just taking a look at it and I'm seeing like, well, you know, am I happy with it? Like this light is going to be gone. Hold on. There are certain parts where the white line that I was using to divide is not going to be showing. Let me get a brown. Like right here, we're not really going to see it. That helps a bit. That's good enough for that area. So now I'm going to go down here and see what I need to do here. And this is the part where I feel like it needs to be elongated. So I might make some changes when I am painting. Because I feel like I'm trying to scrunch a lot of things into the canvas that don't necessarily fit. I'm like making this a little bit bigger. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to scrunch. Like I don't like scrunching. I prefer elongating to scrunching, if that makes any sense. I think scrunching looks really bad. What happened here? I feel like I'm just taking a look. Oh, that should be okay. Okay. I'm going to get a little bit of water on my brush. I don't know what this is, perhaps a piece of lace. This is higher. Okay, there we are. Okay. Or a hanging piece of fabric, I don't know. Oops, that's where I wanted to go. Okay. And now I'm going to go a bit darker. So remember, burnt sienna is the warm, transparent brown. It's a bit lighter than burnt umber. It's a bit orangey already. And burnt umber is cool and more opaque. I'm still with burnt sienna. Okay, I'm going to go in the middle of the light and try to blend those two values together. So in terms of color, this underpainting is monochromatic, meaning it's one color with whites, blacks, and grays, or tints, tones, and shades of that color. Okay. Now I'm going to take a look. I'm almost going to stop this video. Let me do a little bit more here. Just keeping that white line to a bit of a minimum. Okay, so now I'm going to look at this piece right here, and I'm going to bring some burnt sienna in there. And same here. And then some white for the outside. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the turban. I mean, it needs a little, it's not perfect, but this is not the final layer. It could use some adjustments and some corrections, but it's kind of wet, so I'm going to leave it and I'm going to fix it when I come back. But let's go down here. Actually, I'm going to stop and then restart. Okay. So I'm just working on the lights and darks in the turban. It's a bit lighter here. Okay, I'll come back to that if that needs fixing. So I brought out, hold on. Okay, so I need to go a little bit darker in certain areas here. Again, I'm not using thick paint. And I brought out the black because there's some areas that are really, really dark. So I'm going to use the black in those areas. So this crevice is one of them. That's just going to enhance the darkness of the area that I painted dark umber in. Give it a higher contrast. Okay. So now I'm going to move here. And I'm going to go for kind of a medium lightish value right here. And then I'm going to go a bit darker. I'm just looking for what I need to do. So I'm blending. I don't have a lot of paint on right now. I'll do a video with using a lot of paint later, but I'm trying to keep it really thin. I'm going to go lighter. And when you're doing these, you can decide how much detail you want to put in. Like, you don't have to put in every single fold. You do as much as you can. I mean, unless you have like hours and hours to spend, which I've already spent a bit of time on this, but if there's certain things that are just too detailed, you can leave those out unless you want it that way. Okay, I'm going to go to the layer on top of it of turban. It's like a folded or twisted turban. So I'm going to go a little darker now. Dark enough. Okay. This part needs a lot more work, so I'm going to go in with black for a second. I know I'm moving around. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry. I just had to plug something in. Okay, now let me look here. I know I'm jumping around, but sometimes it's easier, like when you have a dark on your brush, to put in the dark area. Some people, again, have different brushes for darks and lights. Okay. Now I'm going to kind of wipe that dark off the brush. And I'm going to use, instead of black, I'm going to use burnt umber right here. Something else is bothering me about this angle. I feel like this comes up hot. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I'll fix that. Not now because it's too wet. But I'm just going to keep going here. And that is why some people do tracing or start with a grid, because when you're doing it just by looking at it with your eyes, you're leaving a lot of room for human error, which you have to correct. Again, it's really good practice, but sometimes it takes up a lot of time. I just view it as a part of the process of painting. Let me get my Q-tip. And then I'm going to come, this needs a little work, but let me come back here for a second with kind of a medium brown. Okay. I'm just looking to see what I need to fix. Remember, whatever you don't, like if there's things that are not quite right, you can fix them in the glaze layer as well. Okay. Now, I mean, that white line I did for the outline, I mean, that was a helper for me, but I mean, I don't want to, that looks a little awkward. So I'm going to see where I need to mix it in. Or totally get rid of it. But like right here, there is a white, since that's the part that the light is shining on, there is a highlight on the edge. It's raining outside, so that's what you're hearing in the background. I'm just lightening this whole area. And remember, once it gets too wet, you have to wait until another layer. So I want to make this layer good enough to do the glazing work on top of. I don't want to do, this is my second layer of the browns or the Brunaille, I don't know. It's a French word. Hold on. It doesn't have to be perfect, but my first layer was like really, really light and sketchy. So I'm just going a bit darker. I'm just taking a look at it and I'm seeing like, well, you know, am I happy with it? Like this light is going to be gone. Hold on. There are certain parts where the white line that I was using to divide is not going to be showing. Let me get a brown. Like right here, we're not really going to see it. That helps a bit. That's good enough for that area. So now I'm going to go down here and see what I need to do here. And this is the part where I feel like it needs to be elongated. So I might make some changes when I am painting. Because I feel like I was trying to scrunch a lot of things into the canvas that don't necessarily fit. I'm like making this a little bit bigger. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to scrunch. Like I don't like scrunching. I prefer elongating to scrunching. If that makes any sense. I think scrunching looks really bad. What happened here? I feel like I'm just taking a look. Oh, that should be okay. Okay. I'm going to get a little bit of water on my brush. I don't know what this is, perhaps a piece of lace. This is higher. Okay, there we are. Okay. Or a hanging piece of fabric, I don't know. Oops, that's where I wanted to go. Okay. And now I'm going to go a bit darker. So remember, burnt sienna is the warm, transparent brown. It's a bit lighter than burnt umber. It's a bit orangey already. And burnt umber is cool and more opaque. I'm still with burnt sienna. Okay, I'm going to go in the middle of the light and try to blend those two values together. So in terms of color, this underpainting is monochromatic, meaning it's one color with whites, blacks, and grays, or tints, tones, and shades of that color. Okay. Now I'm going to take a look. I'm almost going to stop this video. Let me do a little bit more here. Just keeping that white line to a bit of a minimum. Okay, so now I'm going to look at this piece right here, and I'm going to bring burnt sienna in there. And same here. And then some white for the outside. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the turban. I mean, it needs a little, it's not perfect, but this is not the final layer. It could use some adjustments and some corrections, but it's kind of wet, so I'm going to leave it and I'm going to fix it when I come back. But let's go down here. Actually, I'm going to stop and then restart. Okay, so now I'm taking a look at the folds. Okay, so I'm going with burnt sienna, but I'm trying to make a slightly lightened burnt sienna for right here. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that looks good. Just trying to keep everything, making sure everything is in the right place. This is going to be dark. I'm going to leave that dark. This has more variations, but it's like you're doing a little bit at a time. So again, it's like you're going from blurry to clear, like vision, right? So like you're saying, oh, here are some lights, here's some mediums, here's some darks, but you refine and refine as you do layers and move around the painting. Okay. Okay, so I want to go for kind of a medium to light right here. That's a little too light. So you're wanting to get the values correct, right? But you always need adjusting even with that. Like when I'm first putting values down, I'm saying, well, I know a light is here, I know a medium is here, and I know a dark is here, but you have to refine and refine it. And this is going to be that same value. So again, this part is kind of, it's not as neat as the turban. Like I feel like the turban is ready to go for glazing. Although there's still some things I want to change. It's not that much, so it would be ready to glaze, but this needs a lot more work down here. There's another sleeve over here. So I'm going to go with that medium. A little tiny bit darker than this first sleeve. But yeah, this bottom area still needs quite a bit of work. It's coming along, but I mean, it takes a lot of time. I'm just kind of lightening this top where the light is hitting. Okay. I'm going to go with black in certain areas on the bottom, but it's going to have to eventually be blended. Okay. But I need to get this dark in here. when you get frustrated, like I'm starting to get frustrated because I've been working on this for a long time. So this will probably be my last video for today, and I'll come back and work on it another day. Sometimes, or you can take either that or take a break. Like sometimes if it just gets to be, like if you feel like you've been working for so long and everything starts turning, like you're looking at it and you're like, I've been working on this for so long and I'm really tired, then you just stop and finish it. Either take a break or come back another day. Like this is also going to be a dark, but I needed to figure out my shape, so I just made it a light for right now. I'm bringing this up. So I'm still figuring out shapes. I'm not like completely, oh, everything's not exactly in the right place yet. I'm pretty happy with the turban, but this area needs a bit of work. Like there's some stuff in here. Like this is not all hair. There's a part of the outfit on this side of the neck. So there's some, this part is a little bit kind of complicated. So that's that. Let me go back down here. Okay, this is this, but there's a black right here, or a dark. So you can see that things are always changing and moving when you're trying to kind of get it correct, and you're always seeing things that you need to adjust. I'm going to put some burnt sienna back on here in between the black and the brown because that looks very harsh. It's a harsh transition. This needs a lot of work. I'm not surprised. Just, you know, sometimes I'll kind of, I'm expecting that it'll come together faster than it does. The bottom part is looking a little bit better, but still needs a lot of work. Okay. I'm going to get some burnt sienna. Like this transition is too much, so I want to put a burnt sienna in there to try to help blend it. And also in here, this bottom still needs quite a bit of work. Okay, let me go here. That's too light. I want to try to show you the whole process, which is very time consuming. That might need a little bit of adjusting, but let me leave it there for now. Okay. Oops, I just went over my light. So if I want to take a break and work on this tomorrow, which I don't know if I can because I might be working, but it's still going to be wet tomorrow. So it stays open for a while. And that's why people really like oil paint, is because it stays wet for a long time. Okay. Still needing, this area is bothering me, but I mean, just one thing at a time is all I can do, right? Okay. Let me get some burnt sienna in here. No, I want it darker. Hold on. But you can see how long it takes to kind of get a painting to come to life, take form, or the image to emerge or look right, or however else you want to put it. It's very time consuming. But it's also it can be, you have to have patience, but it's very satisfying when you get something you like. Okay. All right. Now I need is going to need work too, but I need to get a kind of a light and a medium. So let's start with the medium for the hand. Let me go a little darker here. And I haven't even delved into the background. So I'm going to go a little lighter over here. Okay, I mean, it's getting there. It's getting better. This needs a lot of adjusting as well, though. Like, this needs more blending. So perhaps wet into wet or perhaps another layer. But this is not, I'm not happy with this right here. So let me take a look at it. Okay. And then this is, okay, so this turns into 1. Okay, now then another light comes down here. Maybe that's too harsh of a curve. Okay, so this is going here. Then this is going into this shape. Okay. And then there's another kind of light right here. This is going to need work here. This part is kind of jumbled up. And then over here, okay, so I'm going to go darker. Like there's a big light right here, but there's a part of this is her hair, which you see what's happening here. And part of it is her clothes. Let me try to darken this to kind of show what her clothes are. Wow, this needs quite a bit more work. Okay. And then, like I do, like this, I need to darken. I'm kind of getting frustrated with the clothes for right now. So I'm just going to move over here and I'm going to darken this area. I'm getting a bigger brush. Hold on. And this is going to be a dark blue, but remember we're working with brown. So I'm going to come in with a burnt umber and I'm just going to darken this. I don't want it thick. I just want it a nice, so you can see it better. I don't want it watery. Like this part is watery where I started because you can see the canvas through it. So I'm just making the paint a little bit thicker. And this is going to need to dry before I do any glazing. I'm not ready to glaze quite yet. Like the outfit and the face need work, but I think I'm kind of coming to an end for today. I'm just going to get this dark brown in and I'm probably going to call it quits. But I want a nice even coat of paint here. I don't want it thick though, because remember I'm going to glaze over it with color. It's going to be a dark blue night sky. And then there's going to be a star on the other side that's giving it a lighter value. You could put oil in this layer, but I'm going to wait till I get to the next layer to do oil. So fat over lean means you're adding more oil or more, whatever medium you're using, oil, wax, as you progress through the layers of the painting. And by doing that, you're ensuring that it won't crack. The cracked paintings are paintings that have a lot of oil in them. I'm just smoothing it out. Okay. As a whole, I'm pretty happy with the way it's turning out, but it needs quite a bit more work. I'm just kind of like, I'm just checking this for smoothness. I don't want any kind of lumps of paint sticking out in here when I glaze on it. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but okay, so I'm gonna stop here, and I'm kind of all painted out for now, so I'm either gonna come back tomorrow or in a few days, hopefully tomorrow, because this is still wet and I can work into it. Okay, so I'm gonna work on this. It's still a little bit wet, but it's drying. I'm just getting the water off of my brush. So I'm gonna see what I need to fix now. I'm taking a look. Okay, so I'm coming up here with a bit of a darker burnt umber. I'm just making some changes, trying to get it correct before I let it dry for the glazing process. Really trying to get the values correct. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect because you can correct in the glazing process. But if you have time, get it as good as you can before you glaze. So there's going to be some yellows, greens, and reds in this painting. There's a little dark streak right here. I'm going to work on the face in a minute. I don't need to have like I mean, again, as much time as you have, I've already spent quite a bit of time on this, so as much time as you have to get it as good as you can. But I mean, I could spend literally hours perfecting this, but I'm going to do the best that I can in the time that's allotted. Okay, I'm going to move into the face for a second. And something's bothering me about the face as well. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to get a light, a little bit of brown in it. For this streak of hair right here. Okay. The face needs quite a bit of work. I'm going to work on the face for a second. Something's bothering me about the face. Let me come into the hair. This hair is black, but I'm getting, let's see how this looks. It still looks quite black. I'm going to add a little bit of white to some black, but just a bit. Like a gray. And I'm going to lighten this area right here. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what's bothering me. So that this whole black goes lower. So I'm going to get my black again. And in the picture that I'm looking at, you can't tell if it's hair or it's just a dark. I'm just lowering that area of what seems to be hair, but it's a dark. We can't really tell. Okay. And this shape is also going to be dark, but I made it light just so I could see it because it was hard to see. Let me go like this. Nope. Okay, hold on. Let me get some brown. I know I'm jumping around. Please bear with me. Just making some last minute changes or changes to make it to a point where I want to have it before I glaze it with color. Okay. This looks like it's coming out. Yeah, that's what's bothering me. So I'm going to go back to my gray. So this shape looks like this gray looks like it's coming out in front of the neck. Okay, and I'm going to go black for a second and bring that right here. Okay. That'll have to do. Okay, so I'm going to look at the face. Okay, so I'm going to raise the eyebrow. And I'm going to make kind of a medium brown. As it still has a little gray in it, that's fine. Okay, and there's a dark coming up right here. And right down here. This is going to need a bit more work, but I'm going to go lighter for a second. Okay, let's see. Let me go a little bit lighter. That shape is showing the cheekbone. Then I'm going to go darker. This is like a closed eyelid. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Just let it, give it, this is bothering me too. Okay, I'm going to come back to that in a second. I need to look at the lips because they're also not, something's not right with the lips. So you just keep looking for things you need to adjust. So there's a dark right here. Just get a little more dark on my brush. That's a burnt umber. It's a bit darker. Like a lot of people use burnt umber instead of black. The burnt sienna is a bit lighter and redder or oranger. Okay. That needs a little work on it, but let's see. All right. I'm going to go lighter into that kind of lighter medium brown I had. Hold on. It looks a little like kind of, it's not blended extreme right now. I'm going to put white right here on the bridge. And I'm going to come in and get rid of this line. I usually leave lines in between things and then fix them later. Okay, let's see. How does that look? I'm just taking a little step back and trying to figure out what I need to fix. It needs a bit more. I mean, I could leave it like that perhaps. Okay, the light is right here as well. Do a bit more blending, but trying not to spend too much time on it that's not necessary. And I'm going to go a little darker for this. Again, you're working in steps. So like when you change one value, you may notice that another value needs to be lightened or darkened. Okay, now I'm going to get my white. And kind of lighten up the forehead to differentiate it from the hair. I'm not using a lot of paint. I'm not making this thick. It doesn't, again, you can make any changes make when you're glazing. So it's okay if it's not like exactly perfect, but you want to get it pretty good. Fixing this eyelid a bit. Just filling in that little space right there. This line is bothering me, but I'm going to leave that for now. I'm going to get a Q-tip and kind of see if I can fix some of this blending. Because the brush has so much paint like caked into it. A little more white here. And I mean, let's see what happens. Let me go a little darker. This is going to be a nice red color, pinkish color. So I don't want to make it too dark. So let me lighten this a bit. Remember, it's easier to darken than lighten when you're in the glaze section, but you can always paint over stuff that really needs to be changed. Just wanting to get so it'll hold that really nice pink skin color. It's not too dark. I'm just lightening it a bit. Okay. I'm going to come back in with the white. That looks a bit harsh, so let's kind of try to lighten this dark right here a bit. And I also wanted to possibly, okay, hold on. Let me go a bit darker. This dark is not showing up quite right. Let me get a little tiny bit of black. I'm just trying to differentiate the eyelid. Okay, so I'm probably going to stop it here, but I'm going to come back and I'm going to do, well, in between, I'm probably going to repaint this side, and then I'm going to come back and do the bottom. Did a little bit of work on this. So I made, like, she's holding supposedly a star, so I just kind of cleaned up this side of the background. And I made her hair a little tiny bit longer over here. And no, I'm happy kind of with the top part for the most part. And I'm gonna kind of, remember we're gonna go over it with glaze, so it doesn't have to be perfect, but pretty close. So I'm just kind of making any more adjustments that I need to make. So I'm going to, again, I'm still adjusting. There's always adjustments. Like I want to raise this. Still has some black in it. I want to raise this a bit. And in turn raise this. There we go. And then here, this needs adjusting. So we have this piece, and then this piece comes all the way down. So I want that right here. Just trying to get these shapes kind of correct. And then there's this piece. This can be one for now. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to fix this in a minute. And there's that. What's wrong here? I'm going to start with a white. I'm going to come over here for a second. I'm just going to enhance this white right here. And I'm going to come down, too much paint on the brush. I'm going to come down on this edge and enhance the white. Again, this is going to have color in it, but I'm trying to get the main values in. I'm trying to get kind of the folds of the edge, which I just didn't really have in before. I just kind of made it a line. Okay, so now, same thing here. Okay, so now I'm going to, something's really bothering me here. Hold on. I'm raising this again. I know I lowered it. Okay. I'm going to raise this white. Keep moving stuff around. Okay, and then I'm going to raise this. There we go. And that's going to need adjusting as well, but that's going to have to wait till it dries because I'm going to need to go in there with the dark. Well, perhaps I can do it now. We'll see. I don't like that angle. Okay. So this is going to come out a bit more. Okay. Let me get a dark to put in a dark in between the lines. So we have this dark here, and then go a little bit darker with the umber. There we go. I'm just trying to make lines for the main folds. Okay, so that's going to need to be corrected after it dries because it's so wet right there. But let's see what I can do right now. Okay, so this is like some other piece of clothes, like on the other side of her neck. I'm going to darken this right here. And then that's her hair. It's also dark right here. Remember, you can darken with glaze as well. Okay. All right, let me see. So, I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, the turban could use a little adjusting, which I'm actually, something is bothering me right here. I'm going with a little bit of gray to make a little bit of a dark right here. But the turban is pretty much ready to glaze. I'm going to put a little black in the background on top of the turban because it gets really dark. Oops, you can't even see what I'm doing. Sorry. I just put in that gray right there. Okay. This right here. Let's put that in. Oh, and I'm going to put a little black right here. But I'm just going to try to fix this area as much as I can. This is kind of messed up here, but it's kind of wet. So let's see what I can do. Okay. I need some burnt sienna. So since I raised the light, I need to raise the darker area. A lot of adjusting goes on when you're painting. You just have to be patient. It's just this area right here that's really bothering me, and slightly over here, but this is really needs work. Okay. Okay, let me go dark. I'm going to get my black. Sorry about that. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, let me turn that off for a second. It is off, so I don't know why it's making noise. Okay, sorry about that. That needs lights and darks. These folds need lights and darks within them. I don't like this angle. Okay. I'm going to come back in here and kind of see what needs to be fixed. Okay, so I'm going to go one fold at a time and see if I can fix this. So this is darker in between. And then I'm going to go back to the light and try to blend the light in because right now it just looks like a line. Okay, the next fold is higher, so, or the bottom of this fold higher. Hold on a second. Again, sometimes people have different brushes for lights and darks. I'm going to use the Q-tip. Okay. And then it's going to go right dark right under that. So I'm going to get some umber. It's kind of hard, like when it gets too wet, you have to leave it alone. But I'm going to try to salvage this if I can. And remember, I can fix with glaze. So umber. Okay. Then what's wrong here? This line, right? Hold on. Let me get some umber. Okay. So I'm just changing. No. I'm trying to change the curve of that fold. I'm being really particular with this painting. But you have to be if you want it to look really nice. So it's just a part of the process. Okay. I want to change the curve of that fold. There we go. Now, I'm going to get some burnt umber and bring it in here. Still doesn't quite look like folds, but I'm just trying to get everything in the correct place and kind of get the values correct, though. That might need to wait until another layer of underpainting or the glaze. But it's kind of lopsided or not in the right place right now. Okay, so let me get that brown off my brush. I'm just trying to see what time it is. And bringing this light down a little bit. I'm bringing a dark in here. And up here. So I'm using black right now. Okay. starting to look a bit better. Okay, so now I'm actually going to have to stop this video in the next couple minutes so it doesn't get too long. But I'm going to bring some black in here. And some black here. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it's getting better. It just needs a bit more, a little tiny bit more of adjusting right here and here and here. I'm going to get some burnt sienna. Whoops, it still has a bit of gray in it. That's fine. That's pure burnt sienna, really nice red, orangish brown. Okay, I'm going to stop this here and I'll come back for one more. I did a little bit of work on this. So I made, like, she's holding supposedly a star. So I just kind of cleaned up this side of the background. And I made her hair a little tiny bit longer over here. And no, I'm happy kind of with the top part for the most part. And I'm going to kind of, remember, we're going to go over it with glaze, so it doesn't have to be perfect, but pretty close. So I'm just kind of making any more adjustments that I need to make. So I'm going to, again, I'm still adjusting. There's always adjustments. Like, I want to raise this. Still has some black in it. I want to raise this a bit. And in turn, raise this. There we go. And then here, this needs adjusting. So we have this piece, and then this piece comes all the way down. So I want that right here. Just trying to get these shapes kind of correct. And then there's this piece. This can be one for now. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to fix this in a minute. And there's that. What's wrong here? I'm going to start with a white. I'm going to come over here for a second. I'm just going to enhance this white right here. And I'm going to come down, too much paint on the brush. I'm going to come down on this edge and enhance the white. Again, this is going to have color in it, but I'm trying to get the main values in. I'm trying to get kind of the folds of the edge, which I just didn't really have in before. I just kind of made it a line. Okay, so now, same thing here. Okay, so now I'm going to, something's really bothering me here. Hold on. I'm raising this again. I know I lowered it. Okay, so I'm going to raise this white. Keep moving stuff around. Okay, and then I'm going to raise this. There we go. Then that's going to need adjusting as well, but that's going to have to wait till it dries because I'm going to need to go in there with the dark. Perhaps I can do it now. We'll see. I don't like that angle. Okay. So this is going to come out a bit more. Okay. Let me get a dark to put in a dark in between lines. So we have this dark here, and then go a little bit darker with the umber. There we go. I'm just trying to make lines for the main folds. Okay, so that's going to need to be corrected after it dries because it's so wet right there. But let's see what I can do right now. Okay, so this is like some other piece of clothes, like on the other side of her neck. I'm going to darken this right here. And then that's her hair. It's also dark right here. Remember, you can darken with glaze as well. Okay. All right, let me see. So, I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, the turban could use a little adjusting, which I'm actually, something is bothering me right here. I'm going with a little bit of gray to make a little bit of a dark right here. But the turban is pretty much ready to glaze. I'm going to put a little black in the background on top of the turban because it gets really dark. Oops, you can't even see what I'm doing. Sorry. I just put in that gray right there. Okay. This right here. I just put that in. Oh, and I'm going to put a little black right here. But I'm just going to try to fix this area as much as I can. This is kind of messed up here, but it's kind of wet. So let's see what I can do. Okay. I need some burnt sienna. So since I raised the light, I need to raise the darker area. A lot of adjusting goes on when you're painting. You just have to be patient. It's just this area right here that's really bothering me, and slightly over here, but this is really needs work. Okay. Okay, let me go dark. I'm going to get my black. Sorry about that. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, let me turn that off for a second. It is off, so I don't know why it's making noise. Okay, sorry about that. That needs lights and darks. These folds need lights and darks within them. I don't like this angle. Okay. I'm going to come back in here and kind of see what needs to be fixed. Okay, so I'm going to go one fold at a time and see if I can fix this. So this is darker in between. And then I'm going to go back to the light and try to blend the light in because right now it just looks like a line. Okay, the next fold is higher, so, or the bottom of this fold here. Hold on a second. Again, sometimes people have different brushes for lights and darks. I'm going to use the Q-tip. Okay. And then it's going to go right dark right under that. So I'm going to get some umber. It's kind of hard, like when it gets too wet, you have to leave it alone. But I'm going to try to salvage this if I can. And remember, I can fix with glaze. So umber. Okay. Then what's wrong here? This line. Hold on. Let me get some umber. Okay. So I'm just changing No. I'm trying to change the curve of that fold. I'm being really particular with this painting. But you have to be if you want it to look really nice. So it's just a part of the process. Okay. I want to change the curve of that fold. There we go. Now, I'm going to get some burnt umber and bring it in here. Still doesn't quite look like folds, but I'm just trying to get everything in the correct place and kind of get the values correct, though. That might need to wait until another layer of underpainting or the glaze. But it's kind of lopsided or not in the right place right now. Okay, so let me get that brown off my brush. I'm just trying to see what time it is. And bringing this light down a little bit. I'm bringing a dark in here. And up here. So I'm using black right now. Okay. Starting to look a bit better. Okay, so now I'm actually going to have to stop this video in the next couple minutes so it doesn't get too long. But I'm going to bring some black in here. And some black here. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it's getting better. It just needs a bit more, a little tiny bit more of adjusting right here and here and here. I'm going to get some burnt sienna. Whoops, it still has a bit of gray in it. That's fine. That's pure burnt sienna, really nice red brown. Okay, I'm going to stop this here and I'll come back for one more. Okay. Okay, so I have my palette set up on a piece of cardboard and I'm coming to this painting. Hold on, let me just get this. In the right place. Okay, so I'm gonna glaze. I wanna leave some of the brown showing through. So again, this is a Brunaille. So I'm going to glaze it, and I want to leave some of the brown showing through again, and I'm going to just do areas of color. I have kind of a big brush to start. This is my palette. I kind of got every color on here. And I'm going to start with some reds or red oranges. So this is cadmium red light. I'm going to get a little white in there. I'm just mixing some colors, and I'm going to do large areas of colors to start. This glaze might take more than one layer. And then I also want to make one that's more orangey. Whoops. Let me move that. Okay. So I'm going to get some of this yellow. Which is the warm yellow and the cadmium red light. And that's a very nice color. So I'm just looking for areas that are more orangey or red orangey, and I'm adding some oil to the color because I want it to be semi-transparent. You may have to practice with this to see. Let me just see what it looks like. I want to add a little white to that. I want it to be lighter. Let's see. Is that too light? I'm just messing with the paint right now. Maybe a little bit more red. I might have gone too light with that. So this is my first layer of glaze. So we're kind of checking out, well, does the Brunaille or the brown underpainting kind of look different? Or how does it look different than the Grisaille or the black one? Okay. I don't feel like I have enough oil in this paint. It just kind of looks like a layer of paint. So I'm just putting some oil on my brush. And I'm just using the water mixable linseed oil. And I have paper towel here. If I feel like, I'm just going to move this light a little bit. If I feel like there's too much paint, I can rub a bit. Okay, so the colors in this are going to be subtle. And what do I mean by that? I don't want them to be too bright. I still want the brown kind of undertone to show through. I'm just looking for areas that are orangey or red orangey or light red orangey, and I'm kind of putting in this color. I'm trying to do one color at a time. This needs to be lighter. So I may do a couple layers of glaze, depending on if it gets too oily or too hard to work with. And I want some yellow over here, but I haven't gotten yellow into the color yet. Again, this video is just to kind of demonstrate a technique. It's not really creative. I used a picture I found on the internet. I don't want it to get too oily, but then I also don't want the paint to be too thick. And there's an orange over here. I also may try to use some copper leaf in this. We'll see, or we'll test it out later. So again, it's not too, I'm not going too bright right now, or at least to start. I just kind of want to get some subtle colors on here, but keeping the brown undertone kind of showing through, or underpainting. However, I do want some more brighter red in the face or in the cheeks. So let's see if this is, I'm going to try it, but if it gets too bright. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to go for a light yellow because there's a lot of areas that are light yellow. So I'm going to get the yellow I used for the orange was cadmium yellow, which is warm, and this is lemon yellow, which is cool. So I'm getting a light yellow. Okay. Now, there's a lot of areas that I'm going to put this light yellow on, so I'm just going to start, I'm getting some oil for it because I don't want it to be too opaque. Remember, you can always like if there's areas that are too oily or there's areas that you want to change when you're glazing, you can build up the paint and cover up areas. Like if there's a mistake that you want to fix. So I'm just getting very subtle colors in here. I'm not, at least to start. I mean, the colors that I'm going to use are subtle, but I'm being cautious when I'm starting. I don't want to go too bright. And I'm going to put in some areas of this lemon yellow mixed with white with oil. Sometimes I just do that to start because I don't like to keep cleaning my brush or getting new brushes. So I'll get one color and I'll look for it throughout the painting rather than focusing on one area and then keep having to clean my brush or change the color. And while I'm adding the color, I'm trying to keep it within the correct or the same value range. This is more of a light green. Some of where I'm putting the yellow, some of it has other colors added to it, but I'm just getting the yellow in first to start. That was too oily. I don't like it to get too oily because it just slides around and gets kind of gross. When I'm getting the paper towels, I'm trying to keep paper towel scraps for each color. That's a little white, not yellow enough. So you would take your time with this. Now, so right there, I had yellow. It's kind of hard to see, but it turned a little bit kind of reddish, orangish, because I dipped the brush in the oil. That was kind of tinted by the red. So you might want to have multiple little pockets of oil so it doesn't get tinted. So you can keep it nice and clean. I'm going to actually come over here to this light. And I want to make that a bit yellow. Okay. What is that? It's like a hair on here. Okay. Are the colors too bright? That's kind of what I'm asking myself. I'm slowly adding color. Like I don't want to be too exaggerated with it. Hold on. If you want more of the underpainting or the Brunaille, or I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, to show through, then you just add more oil. It needs a lot of work. Like that doesn't have enough white in it, so you're constantly adjusting. And I need some red in here too, which I'll do in a while. I'm just getting this on first, and then I'll work with the paper towel. There's a few things in here that I might change, but let's just get some color on first. Okay. Again, I do like to work around the painting. Okay, so now I'm just looking at for where I should be going right now. I'm going to come back up here with the yellow. There's a lot of subtle variations in colors in here. So I'm going to come to this hand for a second and put some of this yellow on this lighter area of the hand. That kind of goes with the light coming down onto the fabric. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go for the background. So she's in the sky. So she's outside somewhere with the night sky. So I'm going to put probably a blue in the background over here, get that started. And if you see, like, for example, like I tried really hard to be thin, to make the layers of paint thin on this painting. But like if you see, like right here, there's like a little thing that I don't want. So I want this surface to be as flat as I can. So I'm going to kind of try to scrape it off with the palette knife. There's like a clump of paint right there. So I don't really want that in the painting. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So, okay, let's get that off. Okay, so now I'm going to go for, hold on. I'm going to clean this brush. Let me do the yellow one. And remember, you can do multiple layers of glaze. So I'm just getting all the yellow and white out of the brush because I don't want that in the color that I'm using. Or you can use different brushes if you're really picky. And I'm going to go for the Ultramarine. And I'm just going to see how that looks by itself. I'm putting some oil in it. But I don't want this, so the background is a brown, but I want it to be more blue, but I do want the brown to show through. So the point of using glazing is that you're making colors that you can't make with regular paint because you're seeing through transparent areas of paint. And I do like this. It's like a blue, but it has like a brown undertone showing through. So I think that's kind of what I want. So that's going to be my first layer. So I'm just going to get that on there. Is it too dark? I'm asking myself, like it's just a question I'm asking myself. Do I want to put a little bit of white in the blue? I'm going to try it and see what it looks like, but I don't want it to be a lot. Let's see. So I just put a little white in there. Oh, that was way too much. Let's try to. So a lot of experimenting is happening when you're painting. Let me get some paper towel. I mean, I could make it that light. I'm going to be lighter down here, so let me get that color and come down here. Remember, this stays wet for a long time, so there's no reason to rush. Ooh, that was too light. I'm just keep getting color on my brush and adding oil to it, but I'm going to blend it. I'm just getting some color on here to work with. I do really like that. It's a bit better than the darker blue. And I'm still there's oil in it because I want the underpainting to show through. So I'm working on the background. I mean, especially because it's going to help me. Like I was working here, but I know I want the background to be blue, so the blue colors are going to help me having that choose these colors and make these colors work. And that's why I say I like to work around the painting. I'm just adding white, but I'm trying not to add too much. Oh, that was too much. Sorry, that's my phone. And that blue is really changing the way that this brown is showing through. It's making a contrast between warm and cool, but in the cool, the warm is showing through underneath. And like if I want to do if I decide that I want to make certain areas of this darker, again, I can try doing that now. or if it gets too late, I can wait and do it later. It is darker, like in the picture that I'm using, it's darker on the top. I'm going to get some purple. Let's see how the purple looks. This is a very time-consuming process. So again, when you're doing, some people who do glazing, they only work with transparent colors, like colors that are like very well known to be transparent. For example, ultramarine blue and alizarin crimson, because they don't want to have opaque colors, because the opaque colors kind of like, the transparent colors are easier to glaze with, but I don't necessarily really worry about that, because you can make colors transparent with the medium, the glaze. But I mean, the transparent colors are more see-through. It just depends on what you want to do. You should experiment with both. Okay. So I'm just looking at this and kind of seeing if I like it. Still blocking in areas. So it turns to a different color over here. So I may want to kind of change this background color, but like that was just that was initial getting some color on there. And then I would want to paint the woman and her hat. Let me just take a look at it. It actually looks, I'm kind of happy with it. But before I see if I want to make changes to it, I'm going to want to paint the woman and her hat. And then see what kind of changes I would want to make to this area. Like, how are these colors looking in comparison to the colors in the background? I'm going to stop for a second and come right back. Now I'm going to take a look at the hat. And I'm just looking for areas of color. I'm making kind of a light greenish color. Actually, you probably want to see. So I'm using phthalo green and lemon yellow and white. And maybe a little more white. Okay, so now I'm getting a different brush because that brush was kind of, it seemed like it had some paint caked on it. So even I just washed these brushes and I let them sit out, but they still have like layers of oil paint caked in them. That's very common. Okay, so I'm using the green. Is that too? No, that looks good. So there's some areas that are green. And remember, right now I'm just getting I'm talking about kind of a light green blue. Sorry, I know I talk all over the place, but I'm getting some areas of big areas of color in, and then I'll refine later. It's pretty opaque, so I mean, want to add more oil to it. Let's see if I can rub some of that off. That has more oil in it. I want that color right here. So I'm making subtle variations of color. I'm adding oil to them. I mean, some of it not that much oil, but so I want the warm brown Brunaille underpainting to show through, or to be like, I don't just want to cover it. What would be the point of that after all the work I did, right? So I want to use it to influence the colors, or to create colors that I cannot create with just regular paint. And there's some here. Sorry, I should be doing this full screen. Okay. There's some here. And I just want to rub with a paper towel to kind of blend. Could also use a Q-tip. Sometimes I use my finger. This one. Put some right here. So I am going around and focusing on certain colors and areas of color. That's maybe a little bit too opaque. So I'm going to rub. Okay. Now I'm going to go to I'm going to mix a red. I'm going to leave the green alone for a second. This is kind of that's a cadmium red light, but I want a red that's more deep and dark. So I'm getting the cadmium red light. Let's get a little bit more of it. And sorry, you can't see. And I'm mixing it with, let's say, some rose. Let's see what it looks like. I want something that's a little bit more, not as orangey, but still a deep red. Okay. So let's see what this looks like. I don't know how it's going to look. Is it too much? Sorry, you can't see. Let me add some more oil to it. Too much paint. And let me rub. Yeah, that looks good when it's rubbed. Very nice. Okay, so I'm going to use this color for a bit. I'm just putting a little more oil in my palette. Okay, and I'm just using, again, water mixable linseed oil to go with the water mixable oil paint. That was too much oil. Oh my gosh. You always have to change stuff. So if this is too bright, like for the areas that I'm using it, I'll come back and darken it with a different color later, but I'm just getting some areas of color in that are more warm. Okay, and now I'm going to look at the cheek. I want it to be warmer here. And I may add some shading later in terms of possibly a brown to this. We'll see. So now I'm blending areas of glaze and rubbing. And that looks much better for the cheek. It may need a little more red. Let's see. So you just kind of work on one part at a time. And some of it takes a really, really long time. I'm going to put some of it right here. And get the paper towel. And I kind of strayed away from this area. So I wanted some red in this fold or this area of light. And I'm having it go from light yellow to red, and it's kind of doing that across this area for like consistency. This is too bright. I'm probably going to dull it down later or neutralize it, but I'm just getting it in there, seeing how it looks. And here as well. And I'm liking it. I mean, I know it needs a little, adjusting, but I'm liking it. I think it's adding to the color. When I'm doing this, I'm also looking at the value of the color. So I know red is a lot darker than yellow, so this area is darker than this area. This area, what I'm putting on right now, I don't know if you can tell, but it has a little too much oil in it. And I'm putting it right here. And I'm going to need to come back in with a dark, like a black or a dark blue later, but one step at a time. Okay. And I'm just getting a piece of paper towel. I'm going to put some right here. Okay, so now I'm going to rub with the towel a bit to try to blend. So it doesn't look so like big chunks of red, so it's blending into the color underneath. I'm just trying to make kind of like a point with the paper towel. I think the red is working out well. It's going to need adjusting. I know I already said that. I'm trying to kind of blend it into this color above it without making too much of a mess. You could also use a dry brush, but make sure the brush doesn't have paint caked into it. That's just going to like come off when the oil gets in it. Now, there's some areas of, I'm going to go for it now, I suppose, since I'm down here. Yeah, let's do it. There's some areas of this jacket or whatever fabric that are very, very dark. So now I have a kind of a brown. I'm going to go for a purple. And I'm using dioxazine purple because I want it to, let's see how that looks. It's looking a lot darker, so it's really enhancing. There we go. Okay, so that's just straight dioxazine purple with oil. I'm going to put quite a bit on here. Ooh, too much oil. This is going to need adjusting, but I'm just showing you the beginning steps because I want to get areas of color in here first. Like it's going to need definitely more adjusting, more folding, but I'm just getting areas of color in here first to help me see what my color scheme is before I adjust. So like going from blurry to focused, or areas of color to refining areas of color. Not just like focusing on one thing and refining it, because then you're not going to see it in relation to the rest of the painting. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Hold on. Just getting a little more oil. So it's like a dark kind of deep purple that's close to black. Purple is the darkest color, or violet, and it has the brown or the burnt umber showing through. Mm. So again, I'm adding color, I'm making it colorful, but I'm trying to keep the brown underpainting showing to some extent. And I'm doing that by making a glaze and adding oil to the paint. Okay, now I'm looking over here at this area. There's something else right here. Okay. And that's working really, really well for a nice, deep, dark, transparent color. And it almost actually does turn black because it's combining with the brown underneath it. Okay. I'm going to put some in here. So I'm just slowly moving around the painting. No need to rush, no need to speed. Okay. Now I want to, this is a real dark right here. So since I have this color, I'm going to kind of work with it a bit. If you're working from an image, which I am, I'm kind of using the colors in the image, but I am adjusting them. You know, you can always work with an image or multiple images and adjust. Okay, I'm going to put some of that here. When I'm stopping, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it and seeing, how it works, what it looks like, what needs to be adjusted. And it's also good to take a step back to move a little bit far away from it and see how it looks when you're farther away. I'm probably going to put in some blue over here as well. I'm just kind of I'm thinking to myself, is this too dark for this whole area or should it be this dark? That's what I'm debating in my head. It's going to be lighter over here. I'm going to have to adjust it. But again, I'm not doing per se detail work right now. I'm getting in big areas of color, of glaze with color. Okay, so now I'm going to go over here and look at some blues because in the picture that I'm looking at, it's brown over here, but I think I'm going to go for blue. I'm going to continue the blue. So I'm just getting my brush, getting some oil, and I'll have the blue be lighter by the light area, but not too light. Let's see what happens and see if I like it. So remember, if you do something and you don't like it, you can always change it. Okay. Do I like that? I'm going to come up. Actually, I'm going to come over here for a second. I'm going to go a little tiny bit darker. Okay, so I'm coming in this area. What happened here? I wanted another piece on this side. Oh, well, I'll worry about that later. I'm just going to go with this. I'm going to come up here. I'm correcting things as I'm working, or I have another hand behind this hand, but I'm taking it out. It's too distracting from the composition. Okay. Is that blue too much? I'm thinking to and asking myself, is that blue too much? Well, the only way to find out is to put it in. So I'm going to keep going. I'm going to turn it around just so I can work on this area. So it's getting a bit oily, but you can see through the layers of oil. So I'm going to turn it around. I like it. We'll see if, when I put it in here, we'll see if it's too much. I'm liking it because it's like very different than the skin tone, and it makes the skin tone stand out. That's kind of why I want it over here instead of having it be just a brown. But I mean, it's going to need adjusting in terms of areas of light and dark. So right now it's just kind of getting the color in here. We'll see. And I'm trying to have enough oil in it so that some of the underpainting shows through. I know I'm not working fast, but you need to take time when you're doing these things so that they come out nicely. It's just ultramarine and white with some of the burnt sienna and white underpainting showing through. So that's like it's a warm under a cool. It's neutralizing the blue slightly. Yeah, I'm liking that with the warmth of the face. So I'm going to keep going. I may go into a kind of a different color right here. So I don't know how many layers I'm going to do, right? I probably want to let layers dry to make it really look nice. But let's see how much I can do on this layer. Okay. I am almost, I almost always use a photo reference when I'm painting. Some artists are, they don't have to use a photo reference, but that's rare. However, I do like, as I said, these are not really creative images because they're images that I found on the internet just to kind of show you techniques. So I'm just demonstrating techniques here. However, when I do one of my own paintings, I use a lot of different photo references and I combine them and I change them to make an original piece of art. So you wouldn't be able to recognize what the the original image was. So I mean, if you're wanting to take your art to like an art gallery or sell it, you're going to have to do something that's different from a photo reference or something you find online. For practice, you can do whatever you want, or for instruction. But if you want to like present it, you need to do something original. Okay, I'm liking it. And putting this light in over here is having me want to make it a little lighter on this edge. So again, working around the painting. That's helping me to work around. So it's making me want to be lighter here. Let's see how that looks. Like maybe like kind of like a halo type thing coming off the person. We'll see how it looks. Remember, you can always change and you can always do layers. I'm just taking a step back, stopping and seeing if I like that way, the way that looks before I continue. I mean, you can often get into mindless, like just working and not seeing if you like it, but you can stop and take a look at it and see if you like the direction you're going in. I highly recommend it. Okay. Like there's many directions you could go. Like so when I had this with just the brown underpainting, I could have made it just a brownish painting. You're always changing things. And you can always go back. Like say I didn't like the color or I thought the color was too much, I could go back or do it again, redo it, do a brown one and a color one. Okay. I'm gonna stop this video soon, but I just and restart, not stop. I need to rub. Like some of it is a little too oily. So I'm gonna get the paper towel and I'm gonna come and rub some of this. And that's gonna let some more of the brown show through. If I don't like it, I can build up more blue later. And then I'm going to adjust. Like I think I want it to be darker over here. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to stop this video soon because I don't like to, I merge them all together later, but okay. So I just want to do one more thing with this blue. I want to darken right here. If so, like it's kind of hard to blend. So that would be when you would say to yourself, I might wait for this to dry before I add. So I wanted to make this area darker as well. Okay. I'm going to stop it for now and I'll come back. So I'm going to work on, hold on. The hat. I'm working upside down because I'm just adding colors and it's kind of easier for me to work from this angle. No, I don't like that brush. Okay. So I want more green in this hat. I'm just using the same light green I was using before. I'm just mixing a little bit more of it. It's phthalo green and a bit of lemon yellow and titanium white. And let me see what I can do. Hold on. It's a little more oil. So like here it's kind of green and then the brown is going to show through. I'm just working on it and looking at it. Okay. It has more colors than this, but again, I'm still not doing like detailed blending work. I'm just getting in big areas of color. Or what I perceive to be like major areas of color in certain areas of the image. And I'm just looking at it. I'm just kind of seeing like where I need to add more areas of green. If I want to let more brown show through, but I still want some green, I can put more oil in it. And kind of blend. That was a little too much, possibly. I need another dark here, but hold on. I'm gonna leave that. That shouldn't have green in it. Okay, now here I'm seeing different colors. So I'm gonna pump it. I'm gonna push into, not pump, push into some alizarin crimson for a second. There's more colors than that, but alizarin crimson is a very, very deep, dark, kind of like wine red that is very transparent. So I'm seeing some areas that are, see that? That's a lot different than this bright red. So I'm going to put some, I'm looking for areas that may have alizarin crimson in the painting, and I'm going to put that in. And again, I'm still not like refining, I'm just adding major areas of color. I want to put it here too. Okay. There's other colors in here, but I'm just looking for areas where this color will work well or where I should add it. I'm going to use other warm colors in the hat other than alizarin crimson. I'm just putting it into areas that are really deep and dark. I'm going to use probably some burnt sienna in some areas. But like, I mean, I break it down into simple steps first. I'm going to put it in right here. Sorry, I just kind of, this is going to need adjusting as well in terms of color, but I'm just getting some areas of color in here. And there's areas that are darker. So, I mean, I'm just one step at a time, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And again, you could mess with this for like hours, days, weeks, months. Okay, so I'm gonna put some right here. I'm gonna alter this. It's not gonna be this red. or Alizarin. This is just kind of a starting point. Do I want to bring it up here? This hat needs a lot more work. Just taking it one step at a time. And let me stop for a second because there's a couple more things that I need to do. Like I wanted to put right here, I wanted to put in my, or actually, hold on. Sorry I jump around. I just keep seeing things. I want to put a little alizarin right here to darken this area of the cheek. And do I want to pull the cheek here? Hold on. The face needs a lot of work too. Okay, so but one thing at a time. Okay, so let me clean this brush a little bit. And I'm coming right here. And I'm gonna, I see I left the brown showing right there. I want to put in some red. And that's more of this kind of lighter red that I was using before. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm just I'm checking it out and I'm seeing what it looks like. Is it too dark? Hold on. I'm adding a little white to it. Okay. And now I'm trying to blend it into the yellow. And we'll see, I'm gonna blend a little bit and then I'm gonna see if I like it or see if I think it works. I'm going to blend it into the yellow and then I'm going to blend it into the blue. Okay. I'm not sure if I like it, but let's keep blending. Okay, let's see. I'm going to turn it around. And I'm asking myself right now, is this red too much here? So was that a mistake? I mean, I'm trying to figure that out. But before I do anything, so if I really wanted to change it drastically, I'd probably have to wait for it to dry. But I'm going to get the paper towel and kind of rub a little bit. Okay. And then I'm changing what side of the paper towel that I'm using because that I want to have yellow on here, and I didn't want the blue to be in the yellow. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, so it still needs a little work though. So since I have my alizarin, I wanted to put some alizarin on the bottom. Like, for example, like right here, the alizarin is like the wine red. So right here, right here, right here. Like as a transition between the violet and the more orangey, lighter red. Right here, right here. There we go. Okay, that's actually, I'm happy with it. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to do this. I don't know how this video is already very long, so I'm going to do as much as I can for like demonstration purposes. But it still needs a lot of work. It's definitely like this area is not done, this area and parts of the hat. But like it could use another layer is what I'm saying, but I'm going to just do as much as I can that I feel like you don't need to see hours and hours on end of this. But I'm still going to kind of finish it up. Okay, so just looking at it, just seeing what needs to be done. Okay, let me go back to my light green for a second. The hat needs a lot of work. Okay. I'm going back to light green. Okay. And I'm going to put some light green right here. With oil. So as colors are repeating around the painting, you're creating like this light green is repeating up here, then it's kind of unifying those two parts or tying them together. Okay. Too much? It needs adjusting, definitely. Hold on. It definitely needs adjusting. Just thinking to myself. So I'm going to turn back to the hat. Okay. And I'm going to have some areas here in the hat of maybe some brown and some brighter yellow. So I'm looking at burnt sienna, just getting some burnt sienna out, and I'm mixing it with a bit of white. That was too much. Okay. This is hard, so you have to challenge yourself. You're challenging yourself when you're doing this every time, but it's also really fun. Okay, so burnt sienna. And I want something more orangey in here. Okay. So that's a little bit of cadmium red mixed in there, cadmium red light. Okay. And I'm going to, hold on, before I get into the burnt sienna, I'm looking for any other areas that might need the cadmium red light. Remember, you add more oil if you want it to be more transparent. And what's down here? I'm just trying to blend it a bit. Okay. Okay, hold on. It's not, I'm kind of changing it from the picture a bit, but that's fine. Okay, now I'm going to get like the warm yellow, which is the cadmium yellow. Okay, let me see. Just getting some of that out. Okay, so I want some of that here. I'm just trying to see if this bright yellow is too much. Okay, hold on. And you know what? I kind of like it. So let's keep going with it. Some right here. So if it's a true cadmium yellow, red or orange, it'll say cadmium yellow. But if it's like a cheaper one or like a fake one, it'll say cadmium yellow hue. So the true ones are opaque. The hues are usually kind of transparent. Okay. Let me get some paper towel. Is that too, like, is it too, are the colors too, I mean, I do like bright colors, but I'm thinking to myself, are these colors too bright right now? Do they need to be toned down? I mean, they're slightly toned down because you're seeing some of the brown underpainting show through, but do they need to be toned down more? Okay. Some right here. I'm kind of blending it into the other colors. Okay. Just kind of looking for where I might need it. Ooh, that has too much red in it. So that got some of the oil on the brush from the where it was blending and it just was too much. Something to watch out for. Okay, I'm gonna stop and then restart. Okay, so it's okay if you want, like I'm thinking of just leaving kind of part of her face brown, like leaving some of the brown painting showing. You don't have to cover everything up unless you want to. So, I want a dark in the hat. So I feel like some of the areas are not dark enough. So I'm getting burnt sienna and I'm mixing it with some violet or black to make a really, really dark value. And I'm going to put in some darks. Okay. So like it's too, I love the colors because like I have the habit of doing really bright colors, but like some of the areas are not like darkened as they should be. So I'm going to put in a dark here. Like some of the colors need to be darker, basically, in a nutshell. Okay. That may be too dark. So I'm going to get just more of the burnt sienna. That's too black. So I changed it to kind of just the burnt sienna, but it still has the black on the brush. I'm actually gonna, I don't like this brush. It has paint like caked in it from before and it's just not coming off. So that's why I don't like it. Okay, so now I'm going to go here. Okay, that doesn't have enough black, so it's just finding the happy medium. Okay. Like this needs more. This needs to be darker. This color is not. So, like, sometimes it gets too oily, which I feel like it's getting right now. Let's try a different brush to where the color is not really, it's just not mixing in. It just gets too yucky and muddy where the colors are not mixing in with the other colors. And then at that point, you need to wait for it to dry to do another layer because it's just going to get mucky and muddy. Let's see. Let's see if I can get some dark here. Okay. Now, let me turn it around. Okay. So it is getting it's getting kind of wet to the point where I'm probably not going to want to mix it so much anymore. I'm probably going to want to wait. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see what brush this is. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my cadmium yellow, which is the darker yellow. And I'm going to come in here and try to put it in here and mix. Ooh, it has a little bit of yucky stuff on the brush. And I got a clean brush, so just see what happens. With these brushes getting messy. If you get something too muddy, you can always come back and do another layer, but that will probably be after this dries. I feel like I'm messing it up with this yellow. I'm going to get some of the paper towel. And remember, you can build up layers of paint if you feel like you want to cover something up. I do want to do another layer. Like I feel like this is not really, I'm going to have to let it dry and do some more, but let me just do a little bit more. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Like I feel like there's already corrections I need to make, and I'm going to have to let it dry before I make those corrections. So let's come here for a second. I want to get some yellows in here, just like to get a color down. Yeah, it's gonna need more work, but it needs to dry first because it's getting too oily and muddy. I don't know if you need to see that definitely, or yeah, this is, I need to stop because it's just getting mixing too much. But before I keep going, I did want to show you, before I stop and let this dry, because it needs to dry before I keep going, I wanted to stop and show you this. So if you ever want to put other things in your painting, I don't know if this is going to look good or bad, or if I'm going to want to keep it. I'm going to try it out. This is copper leaf flakes. So there's also gold leaf. I don't have any. I'm going to do another painting with that later, but this is copper leaf. It's just a slightly different color. And I'm going to try to put some on this painting just so you can see what it looks like. And they look like this. They're like these really weird flakes of copper, but you can just stick it right into the painting. And I was thinking of possibly using it as like stars. Hold on. And let's see how it looks. If I don't like it, I'm going to take it off. But you just kind of like push it right into the wet paint. And it kind of, since there's oil on this, it's sticking to it and it'll flatten into it. You can use a palette knife and kind of push down any areas. So do I like that, or is that like taking away from the painting, or kind of making, I probably won't put a lot on here. See if I put a couple up here and see. Some people use like glue or other things, but I kind of just try to stick it into the paint. Let the paint be the adhesive and then let it dry. And like I could also glaze over this as well. I want to make something that looks like, stars, but not like perfect. I'm just, is this deterring from the painting, or is it adding to it? That's what I'm trying to ask myself. I definitely should put some here in this like light burst. Let's see how that looks. Hold on. I'm not sure I'm liking it for this painting necessarily. I just like to show you different techniques. Like I'm not sure that I'm going to keep going. I don't know if I want them here. I'm going to leave that alone. I can fix that later by covering it up with paint. I'm not sure if it was such a great idea for me to use it, but let's put some up here. And then I'll wait for it to dry. And then see if it adds to it or takes away for it, or if I want to glaze over it. So I'm going to get a few more small pieces. And let's put them in here since I started. You can make a big shape in copper leaf or have them as flakes like this, but it needs to stick to something. So right now it's sticking to the slightly wet paint. Whoops. I pulled some of it off. It may be too much. I could also cover up part of it with paint and let part of it show through, but that will be after this layer dries. Okay. Do I want more, or is this too much? Hold on. I think I'm going to stop it. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to let this dry, and then I'm going to come back and finish it.